100 English questions with long answers. Welcome to Accent English Language. Let's start. Section 1. Grammar and Structure. 1. What are the rules for using articles a and the in English, and when do exceptions occur? Articles in English serve the purpose of specifying nouns. A and an are indefinite articles used when referring to a non-specific item, with a used before words starting with consonant sounds and an before vowel sounds. The is the definite article used for specific nouns that are known to both the speaker and listener. Exceptions occur in some idiomatic expressions with proper nouns, no article with names like France, or where articles are omitted for uncountable or plural nouns when speaking in generalities. Example, I love books. Some expressions like go to bed or go to school also drop articles for reasons rooted in the phrase's common usage. 2. What are the differences between the simple past tense and the present perfect tense in English? The simple past tense is used to describe actions that were completed at a specific time in the past, while the present perfect tense connects past actions to the present or describes experiences without specifying when they occurred. For example, I visited Paris last year. Simple past indicates a completed action at a definite point in the past. In contrast, I have visited Paris, present perfect, suggests that visiting Paris is part of the speaker's life experience, but the exact timing isn't important. 3. How do active and passive voices differ, and when should each be used? In the active voice, the subject of the sentence performs the action. Example, the chef cooked the meal. In the passive voice, the object of the action becomes the subject. Example, the meal was cooked by the chef. The active voice is generally preferred for its clarity and directness, while the passive voice is useful when the focus is on the action itself or when the actor is unknown or unimportant. Example, the window was broken. Section 2. Literature and Reading Comprehension. 4. How does Shakespeare explore the theme of power in Macbeth? In Macbeth, Shakespeare delves into the corrupting nature of power through the protagonist's journey from a loyal and honorable nobleman to a tyrannical ruler driven by ambition. Macbeth's encounter with the witches ignites his desire for power, leading to his murder of King Duncan. His ascent to the throne marks the beginning of his moral decline, as he uses ruthless means to secure his position. Shakespeare demonstrates how unchecked ambition, influenced by external forces and internal desires, can lead to the destruction of oneself and others. Lady Macbeth, initially the stronger partner in their pursuit of power, also succumbs to guilt and madness, showcasing the psychological consequences of their actions. 5. What are the key themes of George Orwell's 1984, and how do they reflect the historical context of the novel? 1984 explores themes such as totalitarianism, surveillance, and individualism versus state control. Orwell's dystopian society, Oceania, is ruled by a party that employs constant surveillance, propaganda, and fear to maintain absolute power over its citizens. The novel reflects the anxieties of Orwell's time, particularly the rise of totalitarian regimes like Stalinist Russia and Nazi Germany, where political control was achieved through similar means. The party's manipulation of truth and history, embodied in the slogan, "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength," represents Orwell's critique of political regimes that distort reality to suppress dissent and maintain power. Section 3. Essay and creative writing prompts. 6. Describe a situation where you had to overcome a significant challenge. How did you handle it, and what did you learn from the experience? This can be a prompt for a long reflective essay where the respondent would elaborate on personal experiences, resilience, lessons learned, and future growth. The answers can vary significantly based on personal life experiences and the depth of reflection. 7. What role do technology and social media play in modern communication, and how have they changed the way people interact with one another? In today's world, technology and social media have revolutionized how people communicate. Platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram allow for instant communication across vast distances, enabling people to share ideas, images, and messages within seconds. While this fosters global connections and access to information, it has also introduced challenges such as reduced face-to-face interactions, privacy concerns, and the spread of misinformation. The balance between convenience and these emerging social issues reflects the ongoing impact of technology on human interaction. Technology's pervasive influence shapes personal relationships, workplace dynamics, and societal norms. Section 4. Historical and cultural analysis. 8. Analyze the causes and effects of the Industrial Revolution. How did it change society? The Industrial Revolution, which began in the late 18th century in Britain, was caused by several factors, including technological innovation, the availability of natural resources like coal and iron, and a growing population that provided both labor and markets for goods. The effects were far-reaching. It transformed economies from agrarian to industrial, led to urbanization as people moved to cities for factory work, and caused significant social changes. While it spurred economic growth and innovation, it also resulted in poor working conditions, child labor, and environmental degradation. The Industrial Revolution laid the groundwork for modern capitalism and altered class structures, ultimately leading to labor movements and reforms. Section 5. Advanced Grammar and Usage. 9. What is the difference between fewer and less, and how are they correctly used? Fewer is used with countable nouns, while less is used with uncountable nouns. For example, fewer apples would refer to a smaller number of individual apples, and less water refers to a reduced quantity of water, which cannot be individually counted. The confusion often arises when speaking about time, money, or distances, which though technically countable, are typically treated as uncountable. Example, less than $10 is more common than fewer than $10. 10. What are dangling modifiers, and how can they be corrected? A dangling modifier is a word or phrase that modifies a word not clearly stated in the sentence. This often happens when the subject being modified is missing or unclear. For example, running down the street, the car was seen, suggests that the car was running, which is not the intended meaning. To correct this, one could revise the sentence to, running down the street, I saw the car. Here, the subject, I, is clarified. Dangling modifiers create confusion, so sentences must be restructured to clearly link the modifier to its intended subject. Section 6. Literature Analysis. 11. Discuss the significance of symbolism in The Great Gatsby. What symbols are used, and how do they contribute to the novel's themes? In The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald uses symbolism to deepen the meaning of the narrative and illuminate key themes such as the American dream, wealth, and class disparity. The green light at the end of Daisy's dock symbolizes Gatsby's hopes and dreams for the future, as well as the unattainable nature of the American dream. The Eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg, depicted on a billboard overlooking the Valley of Ashes, represents the moral decay of society, and some interpret them as a symbol of a distant, indifferent God. The Valley of Ashes itself symbolizes the stark divide between the wealthy elite and the struggling lower class. Each symbol weaves into the broader commentary on the emptiness and moral corruption at the heart of 1920s American society. 12. How does To Kill a Mockingbird address racial injustice, and what lessons can be drawn from the novel's portrayal of morality? To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee addresses racial injustice through the trial of Tom Robinson, an African American man wrongfully accused of raping a white woman, Maila Ewell. The novel is set in the deeply segregated American South during the 1930s, where racial prejudice dominates the legal system and society. Through the moral integrity of characters like Atticus Finch, who defends Robinson despite knowing the societal backlash, Lee explores themes of justice, empathy, and the moral failures of a biased society. The novel encourages readers to confront their own prejudices and to stand up for what is right, even when it's unpopular or dangerous. The lessons in empathy, fairness, and standing against systemic racism resonate beyond the book's historical setting, making it a timeless piece on moral courage. Section 7. Writing Prompts. 13. Describe a futuristic world where human and artificial intelligence coexist. How does society function, and what challenges arise from this relationship? In a futuristic society where human and artificial intelligence, AI, coexist, daily life would be a blend of human creativity and AI efficiency. AI could handle routine tasks such as managing resources, optimizing city infrastructures, and even participating in policy decisions. Humans might focus more on innovation, arts, and interpersonal relationships as their workloads become lighter. However, the relationship between humans and AI could lead to significant challenges. Economic disparity could widen between those who control AI technologies and those whose jobs are replaced by automation. Ethical dilemmas about autonomy, privacy, and the extent to which AI should influence decisions would emerge. AI might also develop its own consciousness, leading to complex social dynamics where rights, ethics, and the nature of intelligence itself are questioned. 14. Imagine you are tasked with colonizing Mars. What steps would you take to ensure the survival of the first settlers, and what challenges would you face? Colonizing Mars would require meticulous planning and coordination. The first priority would be to establish a sustainable habitat that protects settlers from the harsh Martian environment, including extreme cold, radiation, and a lack of breathable atmosphere. Initial steps would involve sending robots to construct self-sustaining habitats, with air filtration systems, temperature regulation, and radiation shielding. Water could be extracted from Martian ice, and food might be grown in controlled environments using hydroponic farming. Challenges would include ensuring a reliable supply chain from Earth for essential resources, maintaining psychological well-being in the face of isolation, and developing technologies to support long-term human survival in a low-gravity, high-radiation environment. Political and ethical issues could also arise, such as governance structures and the rights of settlers in a non-earth jurisdiction. Section 8. Global issues and debates. 15. What are the main causes of climate change, and how can humanity mitigate its effects? Climate change is primarily caused by the increase of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, CO, methane, CH, and nitrous oxide, NO, in the atmosphere, which trap heat and cause global temperatures to rise. These gases are emitted through human activities such as burning fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas, deforestation, and industrial agriculture. The effects of climate change include rising sea levels, more frequent and severe weather events, and disruptions to ecosystems and food production. Mitigating its effects requires a global effort to reduce emissions, transition to renewable energy sources like solar and wind, increase energy efficiency, and promote reforestation. International agreements like the Paris Accord aim to unite nations in reducing their carbon footprints, while innovations in technology, such as carbon capture, could help reverse some damage. Social change is also crucial, with individuals and businesses adopting more sustainable practices in their daily lives. 16. How do cultural and religious differences shape international conflicts, and what can be done to foster peace and understanding among nations? Cultural and religious differences often play a significant role in international conflicts by exacerbating tensions between groups with differing worldviews, values, and historical grievances. In some cases, these differences are used by political leaders to justify aggression or to rally populations behind a cause, as seen in conflicts rooted in nationalism or religious extremism. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, sectarian violence in the Middle East, and the historical tensions between India and Pakistan are examples where cultural and religious identities have been at the forefront. To foster peace and understanding, it is important to promote intercultural dialogue, increase education about other cultures and religions, and encourage mutual respect. Diplomatic efforts, such as peace-building initiatives and international organizations like the United Nations, play a crucial role in mediating conflicts. Solutions often require addressing underlying issues such as poverty, access to resources, and political representation, which may be exacerbated by cultural divides. Section 9. Linguistics and Language. 17. What are the major differences between formal and informal language, and when should each be used? Formal language is typically used in professional, academic, or serious contexts, while informal language is more casual, relaxed, and used in everyday conversation. Formal language tends to use complete sentences, a wider range of vocabulary, and more complex sentence structures. It avoids contractions, colloquialisms, and slang. For instance, formal writing might say, "I would appreciate it if you could provide me with the details," whereas informal speech would say, "Can you give me the details?" Formal language is appropriate in business correspondence, academic papers, and public speaking, whereas informal language is more suited to texts, emails with friends, or conversations in a relaxed setting. The choice depends on the audience and the context. Using formal language in an informal context can seem stiff, while using informal language in a formal setting can appear unprofessional. 18. What is code switching, and why do people engage in it? Code switching is the practice of alternating between two or more languages or dialects within a conversation, sentence, or even a single phrase. It often occurs in multilingual communities where speakers switch based on context, the subject of conversation, or the social situation. People engage in code switching for various reasons: to fit in with a particular social group, to better express ideas that might not translate well into a single language, or as a response to social cues like the language proficiency of the listener. For example, in a conversation with both English and Spanish speakers, a bilingual person might switch between English and Spanish depending on who they're addressing. Code switching can also reflect cultural identity and a sense of belonging to multiple communities. Section 10. Writing techniques and styles. 19. What is the importance of tone in writing, and how can a writer adjust tone to suit different audiences? Tone refers to the writer's attitude or emotional stance towards the subject and the audience. It can be formal, informal, serious, playful, or anywhere in between, and it affects how the message is received. A writer can adjust tone by changing vocabulary, sentence structure, and the level of detail provided. For example, writing a technical report requires a neutral, formal tone with clear, precise language. In contrast, a personal blog post might take on a conversational and relaxed tone, using colloquial expressions and direct address, you. Adapting tone to the audience is crucial because it helps establish the relationship between the writer and the reader. Using the wrong tone can alienate the reader or miscommunicate the writer's intent. 20. What are the key elements of persuasive writing, and how can they be effectively employed? Persuasive writing aims to convince the reader of a particular point of view or to take a specific action. Key elements include clear thesis, a strong, clear statement of the position or argument. Logical reasoning, using facts, data, and logical arguments to support the thesis. Emotional appeal, appealing to the reader's emotions, values, or sense of justice. Credibility, establishing the writer's or speaker's authority on the subject. Counterarguments, addressing and refuting opposing viewpoints to strengthen the argument. For example, in a persuasive essay on the importance of environmental conservation, a writer might use facts about climate change, logical reasoning, appeal to the reader's responsibility toward future generations, emotional appeal, cite scientists and environmentalists to build credibility, and address common arguments against environmental regulation, counterarguments. The combination of these strategies makes the writing more compelling. Section 11. Poetry and Literary Devices. 21. What is the significance of metaphor in poetry, and how does it enhance meaning? A metaphor is a figure of speech that makes a comparison between two unrelated things, suggesting that one thing is another to highlight a particular quality or aspect. In poetry, metaphors are powerful tools for creating vivid imagery and deeper emotional resonance. They allow poets to express complex ideas and feelings in a more nuanced and layered way. For instance, in Emily Dickinson's poem, "Hope is the Thing with Feathers," hope is metaphorically compared to a bird, symbolizing its resilience and lightness. The metaphor enhances the poem by illustrating hope as something delicate yet enduring, which persists even in the darkest times. By bypassing literal language, metaphors can convey multiple layers of meaning, making the poem richer and more open to interpretation. 22. How does the use of enjambment in poetry affect the reader's experience and interpretation? Enjambment occurs when a line of poetry continues without a pause or punctuation into the next line. This technique creates a sense of movement and can build tension or urgency. It encourages the reader to move quickly from one line to the next, which can affect the rhythm and pacing of the poem. Enjambment also often emphasizes words or ideas by placing them unexpectedly at the beginning of the following line. For example, in T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land, enjambment is used to create a fragmented, flowing narrative that reflects the disjointed nature of modern life. It can also highlight contradictions or contrasts in meaning, as the reader's expectations at the end of a line may be subverted by the continuation in the next line. Section 12. Social and Cultural Debates. 23. How does media influence public perception, and what are the ethical implications of media bias? Media plays a critical role in shaping public perception by selecting which stories to tell, how they are told, and the tone with which information is presented. The framing of news stories, choice of language, and focus on particular issues can significantly influence how the public understands current events and forms opinions. Media bias, whether intentional or not, can skew public perception by highlighting certain facts while downplaying or ignoring others. For example, sensationalist reporting on crime or political events can create fear or mistrust, while underreporting on social issues can prevent necessary awareness and action. The ethical implications of media bias are profound, as journalists and media organizations have a responsibility to provide accurate, balanced reporting. When bias is present, it can distort public discourse, polarize communities, and undermine trust in media institutions. Ethical journalism requires transparency, accountability, and fairness in reporting to ensure that the public is informed rather than manipulated. 24. What are the main arguments for and against censorship on the Internet? Arguments for censorship include the need to protect vulnerable populations, such as children, from harmful content like violence, pornography, and hate speech. Governments and organizations argue that regulating content can prevent the spread of misinformation, protect national security, and reduce the risk of cyberbullying or online harassment. In authoritarian regimes, censorship is often justified as a means of maintaining social order and political stability. Arguments against censorship focus on the importance of free speech and the right to access information. Opponents of Internet censorship argue that it restricts individual freedoms, stifles creativity, and can be used as a tool for oppression. They contend that in democratic societies, the Internet should remain a space for open dialogue and the exchange of ideas, and that censorship can lead to the suppression of dissenting voices or minority opinions. Balancing the need for regulation with the protection of free speech is a complex ethical dilemma faced by governments and tech companies worldwide. Section 13. Creative Writing Prompts. 25. Write a story about a world where people can communicate telepathically, but only for 5 minutes each day. How does this ability affect relationships and society? In a world where telepathy is possible for only 5 minutes a day, communication becomes both a powerful tool and a source of anxiety. People must choose their moments carefully, knowing that telepathic communication can reveal thoughts and emotions in a way spoken words cannot. Relationships might become more intimate, as couples and friends use their daily window to express their deepest feelings, but it could also lead to tension, as hidden truths or suppressed emotions come to light. Society might change as well, with businesses conducting important negotiations during these brief telepathic windows, while governments could use it for diplomacy or interrogation. The limitation on time would make every telepathic exchange precious, and the inability to take back what is shared could have profound consequences on trust, honesty, and privacy. 26. Imagine a future where humans can upload their consciousness into a digital world. What are the implications of this technology on identity and mortality? The ability to upload human consciousness into a digital world would fundamentally change how we perceive identity and mortality. People could potentially live indefinitely in a virtual space, continuing to interact with loved ones and even shaping the digital landscape. The concept of death might lose its significance, as the mind could exist separately from the physical body. However, this raises profound questions about the nature of identity. Is the digital version of a person truly them, or just a copy of their consciousness? Would individuals still fear death if their minds could be preserved digitally, or would they experience a kind of existential crisis? The technology could also lead to new forms of inequality, with only the wealthy able to afford digital immortality, while others are left behind in the physical world. The implications for personal identity, ethics, and society would be vast and complex. Section 14. Advanced Grammar and Syntax. 27. What are phrasal verbs, and why are they often difficult for non-native English speakers to learn? Phrasal verbs consist of a verb and one or more particles, prepositions or adverbs that create a meaning different from the verb alone. For example, look up can mean to search for information, which is quite different from the literal meaning of look and up. The challenge for non-native speakers comes from the idiomatic nature of phrasal verbs, since the meaning often cannot be inferred from the individual words. They must be learned as fixed expressions. Moreover, some phrasal verbs have multiple meanings depending on context, such as take off, which can mean to remove something, like clothes, to leave quickly, or for an airplane to ascend. The difficulty also lies in their frequent use in everyday conversation, making it important to understand both their literal and figurative meanings. 28. Explain the differences between transitive and intransitive verbs, providing examples of how they function in sentences. A transitive verb requires a direct object to complete its meaning, while an intransitive verb does not. For instance, in the sentence, she kicked the ball, kicked is a transitive verb because it requires an object, the ball, to make sense. Without the object, the sentence would feel incomplete. On the other hand, in the sentence, she laughed, the verb, laughed, is intransitive because it doesn't need an object. The action stands on its own. Some verbs can be both transitive and intransitive depending on the context. For example, he reads is intransitive, while he reads books is transitive, with books serving as the direct object. Section 15. Literature Analysis 29. What are the major themes in Pride and Prejudice, and how do they reflect the societal norms of the time? Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen explores themes such as class, marriage, and morality, which are deeply intertwined with the social structure of early 19th century England. One of the central themes is the critique of marriage as a social contract. The novel portrays the pressure on women to marry for financial security rather than for love. Characters like Charlotte Lucas, who marries Mr. Collins for stability, highlight the pragmatic nature of marriage in this context. Another theme is the importance of individual growth, seen through Elizabeth Bennet's journey from prejudice toward Darcy and Darcy's transformation from prideful arrogance to humility. Class divisions are also a key theme, with the novel emphasizing the rigid social hierarchy of the time and how characters navigate it. These themes reflect societal norms regarding gender roles, wealth, and social standing, while also critiquing the limitations placed on individuals, especially women. 30. How does George Orwell use irony in Animal Farm to convey his critique of totalitarian regimes? Orwell's Animal Farm is rich with irony, which he uses to critique the hypocrisy and corruption of totalitarian regimes, specifically the Soviet Union under Stalin. The novel begins with the animals' idealistic revolt against their human oppressors, mirroring the Russian Revolution's promise of equality. However, as the pigs, led by Napoleon, consolidate power, they begin to resemble the very humans they overthrew. The irony is most evident in the pig's manipulation of the commandments. For example, all animals are equal is eventually altered to all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others, highlighting the betrayal of the revolution's original ideals. Orwell's use of irony demonstrates how those in power often distort noble principles to justify their own privileges and control. Section 16. History and Society 31. What were the primary causes of World War I, and how did it change the global political landscape? The primary causes of World War I were complex and intertwined, often summarized by the acronym MAIN: militarism, alliances, imperialism, and nationalism. European nations had built up large militaries and were entangled in defensive alliances, which turned a regional conflict into a global war. Nationalism stirred tensions, particularly in the Balkans, where the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand by a Serbian nationalist triggered the war. Imperialist competition for colonies exacerbated rivalries among the great powers. The war drastically altered the global political landscape by dismantling empires, Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, Russian, and German, redrawing national borders, and setting the stage for World War II due to the harsh terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which punished Germany. It also marked the decline of European dominance and the rise of the United States and Soviet Union as global powers. 32. How did the Cold War shape international relations in the second half of the 20th century? The Cold War, a period of intense ideological rivalry between the capitalist West, led by the United States, and the communist East, led by the Soviet Union, shaped international relations from the late 1940s to the early 1990s. The world became polarized, with many countries aligning with either the US or the USSR, leading to the formation of military alliances like NATO and the Warsaw Pact. While the Cold War never escalated into direct military conflict between the superpowers, it influenced numerous proxy wars, such as in Korea, Vietnam, and Afghanistan, where the US and USSR supported opposing sides. The Cold War also spurred an arms race, particularly in nuclear weapons, and a space race, both of which had profound implications for technological development. Diplomatic efforts like deterrent and arms reduction treaties such as SALT, strategic arms limitation talks, were critical in easing tensions. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 marked the end of the Cold War, shifting the global balance of power towards a unipolar world dominated by the United States. Section 17. Writing and Argumentation. 33. What strategies can a writer use to create a strong argumentative essay? A strong argumentative essay hinges on a clear thesis, logical structure, and the effective use of evidence. The writer must first craft a compelling thesis statement that presents a specific claim or viewpoint. Each paragraph should begin with a topic sentence that ties back to the thesis, followed by supporting evidence, such as statistics, expert opinions, or real-life examples. A well-rounded argument addresses counterarguments, acknowledging opposing viewpoints and refuting them with reasoned responses. This demonstrates that the writer has considered multiple perspectives. The essay should conclude by reinforcing the thesis and summarizing the key points without introducing new information. Finally, a persuasive tone and careful attention to word choice can help sway readers by appealing to both logic and emotion. 34. How can a writer use rhetorical devices to enhance persuasive writing? Rhetorical devices are tools that writers use to enhance the persuasiveness and emotional impact of their arguments. These include ethos, establishing credibility or authority. A writer might build ethos by citing reputable sources or highlighting their own expertise in a subject. Pathos, appealing to the audience's emotions. For instance, in an essay advocating for climate change action, a writer might invoke pathos by describing the suffering of vulnerable communities due to natural disasters. Logos, using logical arguments and evidence. Persuasive writing often incorporates logos through facts, statistics, and logical reasoning that supports the thesis. Analogies and metaphors, comparisons can make complex ideas more relatable. For example, comparing the economy to a machine that needs regular maintenance makes an abstract concept more concrete. Repetition. Repeating key points can reinforce the writer's message, making it more memorable. These devices, when used effectively, can make an argument more engaging and convincing by appealing to the reader's sense of reason, ethics, and emotion. Section 18. Social and political issues. 35. What are the arguments for and against universal health care? Arguments for universal health care focus on the idea that health care is a human right, and access to medical services should not depend on one's ability to pay. Proponents argue that universal healthcare systems can reduce overall healthcare costs by preventing illnesses before they become severe and by negotiating lower prices for drugs and services. Countries with universal healthcare, such as Canada and the UK, often have better health outcomes and lower per capita costs than the US, where healthcare is largely privatized. Universal healthcare also reduces inequality, ensuring that all citizens receive the care they need regardless of income. Arguments against universal healthcare often center around concerns about cost, efficiency, and government control. Opponents argue that government-run healthcare systems can lead to long wait times, reduced quality of care, and higher taxes. They also contend that universal healthcare could stifle innovation in the medical field by reducing competition and the profit incentive for pharmaceutical companies and healthcare providers. Critics believe that individuals should have the freedom to choose their own healthcare plans and providers rather than being bound to a government-run system. 36. What are the impacts of income inequality on social cohesion and political stability? Income inequality can have profound impacts on social cohesion and political stability. When wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, it often leads to resentment and social unrest, as the majority of the population feels excluded from economic prosperity. High levels of inequality can erode trust in institutions and the government, leading to a rise in populism and extremism, as people seek radical solutions to their perceived disenfranchisement. In unequal societies, access to education, healthcare, and opportunities is often limited for those at the bottom, perpetuating cycles of poverty and reducing social mobility. This can create a sense of hopelessness and alienation, weakening the bonds that hold society together. On a political level, income inequality can destabilize democracies by fostering corruption, as the wealthy use their influence to shape policies in their favor, further marginalizing the poor. Long-term inequality can also lead to economic stagnation, as consumer demand declines when the majority of people cannot afford to spend, which exacerbates the divide between the rich and the poor. Section 19. Section 19. Technology and Society. 37. What are the benefits and potential risks of artificial intelligence, AI, in healthcare? Benefits of AI in healthcare include improved diagnostics, personalized treatment, and efficient resource management. AI-powered algorithms can analyze medical data more quickly and accurately than humans, leading to earlier diagnoses for conditions like cancer or heart disease. For instance, AI can detect patterns in medical images or genetic data that might be missed by the human eye. AI can also tailor treatment plans to individual patients by analyzing vast amounts of data from similar cases, enabling more personalized care. Additionally, AI can streamline administrative tasks, like scheduling appointments or managing electronic health records, freeing up time for healthcare professionals to focus on patient care. Risks of AI in healthcare include concerns about data privacy, job displacement, and the potential for bias in AI systems. AI systems rely on large datasets, and if these datasets are not properly secured, they could be vulnerable to breaches, exposing sensitive patient information. There is also the fear that AI could replace healthcare workers, particularly in roles such as diagnostics or administrative tasks, leading to job losses. Moreover, if AI systems are trained on biased data, they could perpetuate or even exacerbate inequalities in healthcare, providing suboptimal care to certain groups based on race, gender, or socioeconomic status. 38. How has the rise of social media affected interpersonal communication, and what are the implications for social relationships? Social media has transformed the way people communicate, offering both positive and negative effects on interpersonal relationships. On the positive side, social media enables individuals to maintain connections across distances, facilitates real-time communication, and provides platforms for self-expression and sharing. It allows people to stay in touch with friends and family who might otherwise be inaccessible, and it has even created new avenues for social activism, community building, and networking. On the negative side, social media can lead to superficial or weakened relationships. Because much of social media communication is asynchronous and text-based, important nonverbal cues, such as body language and tone, can be lost, leading to misunderstandings. There is also the issue of social comparison, where individuals compare their lives to the idealized versions of others presented online, which can lead to feelings of inadequacy, anxiety, or depression. Furthermore, social media encourages the constant checking of notifications and updates, which can distract from face-to-face interactions, leading to what some call phubbing, snubbing people in favor of one's phone. The rise of echo chambers, where users only interact with those who share their views, can also reduce meaningful debate and lead to polarization. Section 20. Philosophy and Ethics. 39. What are the main tenets of utilitarianism, and how does it apply to ethical decision-making? Utilitarianism is a consequentialist ethical theory that suggests actions should be evaluated based on their outcomes, specifically aiming to maximize overall happiness or utility. The central idea is that the best action is the one that produces the greatest good for the greatest number. There are two main forms of utilitarianism: act utilitarianism, which focuses on the consequences of individual actions, and rule utilitarianism, which advocates following rules that generally lead to the greatest good. In practical terms, utilitarianism applies to ethical decision-making by encouraging individuals and policymakers to weigh the potential benefits and harms of any given action. For example, in healthcare, a utilitarian approach might prioritize allocating resources to treatments that benefit the most people, even if it means fewer resources for rare diseases. However, critics of utilitarianism point out that it can sometimes justify morally questionable actions, like sacrificing the few for the many, if the overall result leads to greater happiness. This raises concerns about justice and individual rights. 40. What are the ethical implications of genetic engineering, particularly in human embryos? Genetic engineering, particularly when applied to human embryos, raises a host of ethical questions related to safety, consent, inequality, and the nature of human identity. One key concern is the risk of unintended consequences. While genetic engineering holds promise for eliminating hereditary diseases and improving health outcomes, manipulating genes in embryos could have unforeseen effects on future generations, given the complexity of the human genome. Additionally, there is the question of consent. Embryos cannot consent to having their genes altered, and future generations would inherit any changes without their consent either. Another significant issue is the potential for social inequality. If genetic engineering becomes commercially available, it could create a divide between those who can afford to enhance their offspring and those who cannot, exacerbating existing socio-economic inequalities. This could lead to a class of genetically privileged individuals with enhanced intelligence, strength, or appearance, further entrenching divisions in society. There is also the philosophical question of what it means to be human. If we begin altering our genetic makeup at will, we may lose sight of the natural diversity and randomness that define human life. Section 21. Environmental Science and Policy. 41. What are the main causes of climate change, and how can societies mitigate its effects? Climate change is primarily driven by human activities that increase concentrations of greenhouse gases, GHGs, in the atmosphere, notably carbon dioxide, CO2, methane, CH4, and nitrous oxide, N2O. The burning of fossil fuels for energy and transportation, deforestation, and industrial agriculture are the largest contributors. When GHGs accumulate, they trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, causing global temperatures to rise, a phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect. Mitigation strategies to address climate change include transitioning to renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and hydropower to reduce dependence on fossil fuels. Energy efficiency improvements, such as better insulation in buildings and more fuel-efficient vehicles, can also lower emissions. In agriculture, practices like reforestation, soil conservation, and reducing methane emissions from livestock are critical. On a policy level, carbon pricing mechanisms, such as carbon taxes or cap-and-trade systems, incentivize businesses to reduce their carbon footprints. International agreements, like the Paris Agreement, aim to unite countries in setting emission reduction targets, though success depends on political will and global cooperation. Adaptation strategies, like building flood defenses and improving water management, are also necessary to deal with the effects of climate change that are already unavoidable. 42. What are the arguments for and against nuclear energy as a solution to the climate crisis? Arguments for nuclear energy center on its ability to produce large amounts of electricity with minimal greenhouse gas emissions. Unlike coal or natural gas, nuclear power does not emit CO2 during operation, making it a low-carbon energy source that can help mitigate climate change. It is also a reliable energy source, providing consistent power regardless of weather conditions, unlike solar or wind energy, which are intermittent. Proponents argue that nuclear energy is essential for meeting global energy demands while transitioning away from fossil fuels. Arguments against nuclear energy focus on the risks associated with it, including the potential for catastrophic accidents, as seen in Chernobyl and Fukushima. Additionally, the issue of nuclear waste is a major concern, as radioactive materials can remain hazardous for thousands of years, and safe long-term storage solutions are still lacking. There are also concerns about the high upfront costs of building nuclear plants and the time required to construct them, which may delay action in addressing the climate crisis. Critics argue that investments in nuclear energy could divert resources from safer, more sustainable options like wind, solar, and hydropower, which are becoming increasingly affordable and scalable. Section 22. Education and Learning. 43. What are the benefits and challenges of online learning compared to traditional in-person education? Benefits of online learning include flexibility, accessibility, and personalization. Students can access courses from anywhere, which is particularly advantageous for those with geographic or scheduling constraints. Online platforms often offer a wide range of resources, such as recorded lectures and interactive tools, allowing students to learn at their own pace. Online education can also be more inclusive, providing opportunities for students who might face barriers in traditional settings, such as working adults or those with disabilities. Challenges include a lack of face-to-face interaction, which can lead to feelings of isolation or a lack of motivation. In traditional classrooms, students can ask questions in real time and participate in discussions, which can enhance understanding and engagement. Online learning also requires a high degree of self-discipline, as students must manage their time effectively without the structure provided by in-person classes. Technical issues, such as poor internet connectivity or unfamiliarity with digital tools, can further hinder the learning experience. Additionally, certain subjects or skills, such as hands-on laboratory work or group projects, may be difficult to replicate in an online environment. 44. How does early childhood education impact long-term cognitive and social development? Research shows that early childhood education, ECE, plays a crucial role in shaping long-term cognitive, social, and emotional development. Quality ECE programs promote cognitive skills like problem solving, language development, and critical thinking, providing a foundation for academic success later in life. Children who attend who attend preschool are often better prepared for elementary school, as they have had exposure to basic literacy and numeracy concepts. Socially, ECE helps children develop important interpersonal skills such as cooperation, sharing, and communication, which are essential for forming positive relationships with peers and adults. The long-term benefits of ECE are particularly pronounced for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, helping to close achievement gaps and provide equal opportunities for success. However, the effectiveness of early childhood education depends heavily on the quality of the program. Programs with well-trained teachers, low student-to-teacher ratios, and a focus on both academic and social-emotional learning tend to have the most positive outcomes. Conversely, low-quality programs can have little to no impact and may even contribute to negative outcomes if they fail to provide a supportive and nurturing environment. Section 23. Economics and Global Trade. 45. What are the effects of globalization on developing economies, both positive and negative? Positive effects of globalization on developing economies include access to global markets, increased foreign direct investment, FDI, and the transfer of technology and knowledge. By opening up to international trade, developing countries can export their goods and services to a broader market, leading to economic growth, job creation, and improved standards of living. FDI can spur infrastructure development, bringing capital and expertise that boost productivity. Additionally, globalization can lead to the diffusion of technology and innovation, helping developing economies modernize industries and improve competitiveness. Negative effects include the potential for increased inequality, environmental degradation, and economic dependency. While globalization can create wealth, it often benefits large multinational corporations and the wealthiest segments of society, leaving low-skilled workers and small businesses at a disadvantage. In some cases, the influx of cheap foreign goods can hurt local industries, leading to job losses. Environmental damage is another concern, as developing countries may exploit natural resources unsustainably to meet the demands of global markets. Furthermore, developing economies can become overly dependent on foreign investment and global markets, making them vulnerable to external economic shocks, such as changes in commodity prices or global financial crises. Section 24. Science and Innovation. 46. How has the discovery of CRISPR technology impacted genetic research and potential medical treatments? CRISPR-Cas9 is a revolutionary tool for genetic editing that allows scientists to make precise changes to the DNA of living organisms. The technology, derived from a bacterial immune system, has had a profound impact on genetic research by providing a relatively simple and cost-effective method for altering genes. This has enabled advances in understanding genetic diseases, as researchers can create model organisms with specific genetic mutations to study disease mechanisms and test potential treatments. In medical treatments, CRISPR holds promise for correcting genetic defects at the source. It has the potential to treat or even cure genetic disorders such as cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, and sickle cell anemia. Clinical trials are already underway to explore CRISPR-based therapies for these conditions. However, the technology also raises ethical and safety concerns, including the risk of unintended genetic changes, potential off-target effects, and long-term consequences of altering the human germline, the DNA that can be inherited. As CRISPR advances, it is crucial to address these issues through rigorous research, ethical guidelines, and regulatory frameworks to ensure responsible use of the technology. 47. What are the key challenges facing renewable energy adoption, and how can they be addressed? Key challenges facing renewable energy adoption include intermittency, storage, infrastructure, and economic factors. Renewable energy sources like solar and wind are intermittent, meaning their availability depends on weather conditions and time of day. This variability can lead to challenges in maintaining a stable and reliable energy supply. To address intermittency, advancements in energy storage technologies, such as batteries, are essential. Improved storage solutions can store excess energy generated during peak production times and release it during periods of low generation. Additionally, the development of smart grid technologies can enhance grid management by integrating diverse energy sources and improving demand response. Infrastructure challenges involve upgrading the existing energy grid to accommodate renewable energy sources and improve efficiency. Investments in modernizing grid infrastructure and expanding transmission lines are necessary to support the increased use of renewable energy. Economic factors include the initial high costs of renewable energy technologies compared to traditional fossil fuels. However, as technology advances and economies of scale are realized, costs are expected to decrease. Policy measures, such as subsidies and incentives, can also play a role in supporting the transition to renewable energy by making it more financially viable. Section 25. Arts and Culture. 48. How do cultural narratives influence the perception of historical events in different societies? Cultural narratives play a significant role in shaping how historical events are perceived and remembered within different societies. These narratives are influenced by cultural values, political agendas, and collective memory. For example, the way a country commemorates its wars or revolutions often reflects its national identity and political ideology. In societies where a particular historical event is celebrated as a national victory or a pivotal moment, the narrative will emphasize aspects that reinforce national pride and unity. Conversely, in societies that experience trauma or conflict related to the event, the narrative might focus on suffering, resistance, or lessons learned. The influence of cultural narratives can also be seen in educational materials, media portrayals, and public commemorations, which can either perpetuate traditional viewpoints or challenge them. For instance, the portrayal of colonialism and its impacts can vary widely between the colonizers and the colonized, reflecting different perspectives on power, legacy, and historical justice. 49. What role does art play in reflecting and shaping societal values and norms? Art plays a multifaceted role in reflecting and shaping societal values and norms. As a form of expression, art often mirrors the prevailing cultural attitudes, political issues, and social concerns of its time. For example, protest art can highlight social injustices, giving voice to marginalized communities and challenging established norms. Historical artworks, such as Renaissance paintings or classical sculptures, reflect the values and aesthetics of their respective eras, providing insights into societal priorities and beliefs. Art also has the power to shape societal values by influencing public opinion and sparking dialogue. Artistic works can challenge existing norms, inspire change, and provoke critical thinking. For instance, literature and film that address issues like gender roles, racial equality, or environmental concerns can contribute to shifting perceptions and fostering social movements. Through both reflection and influence, art serves as a dynamic force in the evolution of cultural values, helping societies to both understand their past and envision their future. Section 26. Health and Wellness. 50. What are the psychological and physical benefits of regular physical exercise? Psychological benefits of regular physical exercise include improved mood, reduced anxiety, and enhanced cognitive function. Exercise stimulates the release of endorphins and other neurotransmitters that promote feelings of well-being and happiness. Regular physical activity can also help alleviate symptoms of depression and anxiety by providing a natural outlet for stress and improving self-esteem. On the physical side, exercise contributes to overall health by strengthening the cardiovascular system, improving muscular strength, and increasing flexibility. It helps in maintaining a healthy weight, managing blood pressure, and reducing the risk of chronic diseases such as diabetes, heart disease, and certain cancers. Additionally, regular exercise enhances bone density and supports immune function, contributing to long-term physical health. The combination of psychological and physical benefits underscores the importance of incorporating exercise into daily routines as a key component of a healthy lifestyle. 51. How do dietary habits influence long-term health outcomes, and what are some evidence-based dietary recommendations? Dietary habits have a profound impact on long-term health outcomes, influencing the risk of developing chronic diseases and overall well-being. A balanced diet that includes a variety of nutrient-dense foods supports optimal health and reduces the likelihood of conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, and obesity. Evidence-based dietary recommendations include consuming a variety of fruits and vegetables. These provide essential vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that help protect against disease and support overall health. Choosing whole grains over refined grains. Whole grains offer more fiber, which aids in digestion and helps maintain stable blood sugar levels. Including lean proteins, sources such as fish, poultry, beans, and nuts provide essential amino acids and support muscle health. Limiting saturated fats, trans fats, and added sugars. Reducing intake of these can help manage weight, lower cholesterol levels, and prevent metabolic disorders. Drinking plenty of water. Staying hydrated supports various bodily functions and overall health. Adopting these dietary habits, combined with regular physical activity, contributes to long-term health and well-being. Section 27. Politics and Governance. 52. What are the key differences between a democracy and an autocracy, and how do these systems impact governance and individual freedoms? Democracy is a system of government where power is vested in the people, who exercise it directly or through elected representatives. Key features include free and fair elections, rule of law, separation of powers, and protection of individual rights and freedoms. Democracies generally promote political pluralism, allowing multiple parties and viewpoints, and ensure that leaders are accountable to the electorate. This system supports a higher degree of individual freedoms and participation in decision-making processes. Autocracy, on the other hand, is characterized by centralized power held by a single leader or a small group, with limited political pluralism and minimal public participation in governance. Autocratic leaders often maintain control through mechanisms such as censorship, repression, and lack of free press. Individual freedoms are typically restricted, and political dissent is often suppressed. In autocracies, decision-making is less transparent, and the concentration of power can lead to abuses and corruption. The impact of these systems on governance and individual freedoms is significant. Democracies tend to provide greater opportunities for citizen engagement and protect human rights, while autocracies often limit personal freedoms and concentrate power, potentially leading to governance that prioritize the interests of the ruling elite over those of the general populace. 53. What are the challenges and opportunities presented by the rise of populism in contemporary politics? Challenges presented by the rise of populism include increased political polarization, undermining of democratic institutions, and the potential for authoritarianism. Populist movements often capitalize on public discontent and anti-establishment sentiments, leading to sharp divisions within society and politics. They may also erode trust in traditional democratic institutions, such as the judiciary and media, by promoting narratives that undermine their legitimacy. In extreme cases, populism can pave the way for authoritarian leaders who concentrate power and undermine democratic norms. Opportunities include the potential for addressing legitimate grievances and reforms that address systemic issues. Populist movements can bring attention to overlooked issues and advocate for changes that resonate with a significant portion of the population. By engaging with populist sentiments, mainstream political parties may be able to address underlying issues of inequality and disenfranchisement, potentially leading to more inclusive and responsive governance. Balancing the challenges and opportunities of populism requires careful attention to maintaining democratic norms and addressing the root causes of public discontent. Section 28. History and Civilization. 54. What were the main causes and effects of the fall of the Roman Empire? The fall of the Roman Empire is attributed to a combination of internal and external factors. Internal causes include political instability, economic troubles, and military issues. The empire faced frequent leadership changes and civil wars, weakening central authority. Economic problems included heavy taxation, inflation, and reliance on slave labor, which stifled innovation and economic growth. Additionally, the Roman military struggled with recruitment and maintenance issues, as well as facing internal corruption. External causes involve invasions by various barbarian groups, such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which put immense pressure on the empire's borders. These invasions led to significant territorial losses and destabilized the empire. The effects of the fall of the Roman Empire were profound. It led to the fragmentation of Western Europe into smaller, feudal kingdoms and the beginning of the Middle Ages. The decline in trade and urban life marked a shift from the Roman urban culture to a more rural, agrarian society. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for several more centuries, preserving many aspects of Roman law and culture. 55. How did the Renaissance contribute to the development of modern Western civilization? The Renaissance, which began in Italy during the 14th century and spread across Europe, was a period of profound cultural, artistic, and intellectual transformation. Contributions of the Renaissance to modern Western civilization include revival of classical knowledge. Renaissance thinkers and artists revisited and expanded upon the classical knowledge of ancient Greece and Rome, leading to advancements in various fields, including art, science, and literature. Humanism. This intellectual movement emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, shifting focus from purely religious themes to human-centered subjects in literature and art. Artistic innovation. Renaissance artists, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, introduced techniques like linear perspective and naturalism, which had a lasting impact on Western art. Scientific advancements. The Renaissance fostered scientific inquiry and experimentation, with figures like Galileo Galilei and Copernicus challenging traditional views of the universe and laying the groundwork for modern science. Printing revolution. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg facilitated the spread of knowledge and ideas, making books more accessible and promoting literacy. These developments laid the foundation for the Enlightenment and the modern era, shaping Western thought, culture, and institutions. Section 29, Law and Justice. 56. What are the key principles of the rule of law, and why is it important in democratic societies? The rule of law is a fundamental principle that ensures that laws apply equally to all individuals and that no one is above the law. Key principles include legality. Laws must be clear, publicized, and applied consistently. Individuals should be able to understand what is legal and what is not. Equality. Everyone, regardless of status or position, is subject to the law and entitled to equal protection and treatment. Accountability. Government officials and institutions must act within the boundaries of the law and be held accountable for their actions. Transparency. Legal processes and decisions should be conducted openly and fairly, allowing for scrutiny and oversight. Justice. The legal system should provide remedies and protections for individuals, ensuring fair treatment and due process. The rule of law is crucial in democratic societies because it upholds the principles of justice, prevents the abuse of power, and ensures that governance is conducted according to established legal frameworks rather than arbitrary decisions. It fosters trust in public institutions and supports the protection of individual rights and freedoms. 57. What are the major differences between civil law and common law systems? Civil law and common law are two major legal systems used around the world. Key differences include sources of law. Civil law, derived primarily from written statutes and codes. The law is systematically codified into comprehensive legal codes that cover various aspects of legal relations. Judges interpret and apply these codes to specific cases. Common law, based on judicial decisions and precedents. The law evolves through the judgments of courts and the principle of stare decisis, where past rulings guide future decisions. Role of judges. Civil law, judges have a more investigative role, applying the written code to the facts of the case. They do not create law but interpret and apply existing statutes. Common law, judges play a more active role in shaping the law through their rulings. They interpret statutes and can create legal precedents that influence future cases. Legal procedures. Civil law proceedings are often more inquisitorial, with judges taking a leading role in investigating and gathering evidence. Common law proceedings are typically adversarial, with the parties involved presenting their cases and evidence, and the judge acting as a neutral referee. These differences reflect varying approaches to legal interpretation, source material, and judicial function. Section 30. Technology and Ethics. 58. What are the ethical considerations surrounding data privacy in the digital age? Ethical considerations surrounding data privacy in the digital age include consent. Individuals should have control over their personal data and be informed about how it will be collected, used, and shared. Consent must be obtained before collecting or processing personal information. Security. Organizations must implement robust security measures to protect data from breaches and unauthorized access. This includes using encryption, secure storage practices, and regular security assessments. Transparency. Companies and institutions should be transparent about their data practices, including how data is collected, used, and shared. Clear privacy policies and open communication with users are essential. Accountability. Entities that handle personal data should be accountable for their practices and have mechanisms in place for addressing data breaches and misuse. They should also respect individuals' rights to access, correct, or delete their data. Fairness. Data practices should not result in discrimination or bias. Ethical considerations include ensuring that algorithms and data-driven decisions do not perpetuate inequality or reinforce existing biases. Balancing the benefits of data-driven technologies with these ethical considerations is crucial for maintaining trust and protecting individual rights in the digital age. 59. What are the potential benefits and risks of autonomous vehicles for society? Potential benefits of autonomous vehicles include safety. Autonomous vehicles have the potential to reduce traffic accidents caused by human error, such as distracted driving, speeding, and impaired driving. Advanced sensors and algorithms can enhance vehicle safety and decision-making. Efficiency. Autonomous vehicles can improve traffic flow, reduce congestion, and optimize routes, leading to more efficient transportation systems. Accessibility. They can provide greater mobility for individuals who are unable to drive, such as the elderly or disabled. Environmental impact. Autonomous vehicles can be integrated with electric powertrains, contributing to reduced emissions and environmental benefits. Risks include safety concerns. Although autonomous vehicles can reduce certain risks, they may also introduce new safety challenges, such as system malfunctions or vulnerabilities to hacking. Ethical and legal issues. Determining liability in the event of accidents involving autonomous vehicles can be complex. Ethical decisions about how vehicles should respond in emergency situations are also challenging. Economic impact. The widespread adoption of autonomous vehicles could affect jobs in industries such as transportation and logistics, potentially leading to job displacement. Privacy. Autonomous vehicles collect vast amounts of data, raising concerns about data privacy and how this information is used and protected. Addressing these benefits and risks requires careful consideration of regulatory frameworks, technological advancements, and societal impacts. Section 31. Sociology and Human Behavior. 60. How does socialization influence individual behavior and identity development? Socialization is the process through which individuals learn and internalize the norms, values, and behaviors of their society. It begins in early childhood and continues throughout life, influencing behavior and identity development in several ways. Cultural norms and values. Socialization helps individuals understand and adopt the cultural norms and values of their society. This shapes their behavior, attitudes, and beliefs, influencing how they interact with others and view the world. Role models, family, peers, and other significant figures serve as role models, providing examples of behavior and attitudes to emulate or reject. These role models play a key role in shaping identity and personal development. Social roles. Through socialization, individuals learn about their roles and expectations within various social contexts, such as family, school, and work. This helps them navigate social interactions and fulfill their roles effectively. Self-concept. Socialization contributes to the development of self-concept and identity by providing feedback and reinforcement from others. Individuals develop a sense of self based on their interactions and the recognition they receive from their social environment. Overall, socialization is a critical process for shaping individual behavior, identity, and social integration. 61. What are the effects of social inequality on health outcomes and access to healthcare? Social inequality has significant effects on health outcomes and access to healthcare. Health disparities. Social inequality can lead to disparities in health outcomes, with individuals from lower socioeconomic backgrounds experiencing higher rates of chronic diseases, mental health issues, and shorter life expectancies. Factors such as limited access to healthy food, unsafe living conditions, and increased stress contribute to these disparities. Access to healthcare. Inequality affects access to healthcare services, with marginalized and low-income individuals often facing barriers such as lack of insurance, inadequate healthcare facilities, and higher out-of-pocket costs. This can result in delayed or unmet medical needs and poorer health outcomes. Quality of care. Individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds may receive lower quality care due to systemic biases, discrimination, and fewer resources in healthcare facilities serving low-income populations. Preventive measures. Social inequality can affect access to preventive measures, such as vaccinations and screenings, leading to higher rates of preventable diseases and complications. Addressing these effects requires efforts to reduce social inequality, improve access to healthcare, and ensure equitable distribution of resources and services. Section 32. Philosophy and Ethics. 62. What is the concept of moral relativism, and how does it differ from moral absolutism? Moral relativism is the philosophical view that moral judgments and ethical standards are not absolute but vary based on cultural, social, or individual perspectives. According to moral relativism, what is considered morally right or wrong depends on the context and values of a particular society or individual, and there is no single, universal standard of morality. Moral absolutism, on the other hand, holds that there are universal moral principles that apply to all individuals, regardless of context or circumstances. According to this view, certain actions are intrinsically right or wrong, and moral truths are objective and unchanging. The main difference between the two is that moral relativism emphasizes the diversity of moral perspectives and the idea that moral standards are subjective, while moral absolutism asserts that there are objective, universal moral truths that apply to everyone. 63. How does existentialism address the meaning of life and individual freedom? Existentialism is a philosophical movement that explores themes of individual freedom, choice, and the search for meaning in an often indifferent or absurd world. Existentialists assert that life does not inherently possess meaning. Instead, individuals must create their own meaning through their choices and actions. Key aspects of existentialism include freedom and responsibility. Existentialists emphasize the freedom of individuals to make their own choices and the responsibility that comes with this freedom. The concept of existence precedes essence suggests that people are not defined by predetermined nature or purpose but by the choices they make. Absurdity. Existentialists often discuss the absurdity of human existence, the conflict between the human desire for meaning and the apparent meaninglessness of the universe. This confrontation with absurdity can lead to a sense of alienation or despair. Authenticity. To live authentically, existentialists argue, individuals must confront the realities of their existence, including their freedom and limitations, and live in accordance with their true selves rather than conforming to societal expectations. Existentialism encourages individuals to take ownership of their lives and to find or create personal meaning through their actions and choices. Section 33. Environmental Science. 64. What are the primary causes of climate change, and what are its most significant impacts on the environment? The primary causes of climate change are largely attributed to human activities that increase the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. These activities include burning fossil fuels, the combustion of coal, oil, and natural gas for energy and transportation releases carbon dioxide, CO2, and other greenhouse gases, which trap heat in the atmosphere. Deforestation. Cutting down forests reduces the number of trees that can absorb CO2, increasing the concentration of greenhouse gases. Industrial processes. Certain industrial activities release greenhouse gases, such as methane, CH4, and nitrous oxide, N2O, which contribute to global warming. The most significant impacts of climate change on the environment include rising temperatures. Global temperatures have increased, leading to more frequent and intense heat waves. Melting ice caps and glaciers. Higher temperatures cause polar ice caps and glaciers to melt, contributing to rising sea levels. Sea level rise. Melting ice and the thermal expansion of seawater lead to higher sea levels, increasing the risk of coastal flooding. Extreme weather events. Climate change is linked to more frequent and severe weather events, such as hurricanes, droughts, and heavy rainfall. Ecosystem disruption. Changes in temperature and precipitation patterns affect ecosystems, leading to shifts in species distributions, habitat loss, and changes in biodiversity. Addressing climate change requires global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, transition to renewable energy sources, and adapt to the impacts already occurring. 65. How can individuals and communities contribute to sustainability and environmental conservation? Individuals and communities can contribute to sustainability and environmental conservation through various actions and practices. Reducing energy consumption, implementing energy-saving measures, such as using energy-efficient appliances, reducing heating and cooling usage, and turning off lights when not in use, helps lower energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. Supporting renewable energy, investing in or advocating for renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower reduces reliance on fossil fuels and promotes cleaner energy alternatives. Conserving water, practicing water-saving techniques, such as fixing leaks, using water-efficient fixtures, and reducing water usage in daily activities, helps preserve this vital resource. Reducing waste, minimizing waste by recycling, composting, and reducing single-use plastics contributes to waste management and environmental protection. Promoting sustainable practices, supporting sustainable agriculture, buying locally produced goods, and choosing products with minimal environmental impact help promote sustainability. Community engagement, participating in or organizing community initiatives, such as cleanup drives, tree planting, and environmental education programs, fosters collective action and raises awareness about environmental issues. By adopting these practices and encouraging others to do the same, individuals and communities can play a significant role in promoting sustainability and protecting the environment. Section 34, Education and Learning. 66. What are the benefits and challenges of implementing technology in the classroom? Benefits of implementing technology in the classroom include Enhanced learning. Technology can provide interactive and multimedia resources that make learning more engaging and accessible. Tools like educational apps, online resources, and virtual simulations can enhance understanding and retention. Personalized education. Technology allows for personalized learning experiences, where students can work at their own pace and receive tailored feedback based on their progress and needs. Collaboration and communication. Digital platforms facilitate collaboration and communication among students, teachers, and parents, allowing for more dynamic and interactive learning environments. Access to information. Technology provides access to a wealth of information and resources beyond traditional textbooks, enabling students to explore topics in greater depth and stay current with new developments. Challenges of implementing technology in the classroom include equity and access. Not all students have equal access to technology and internet connectivity, which can create disparities in learning opportunities. Technical issues. Reliability of technology, including hardware malfunctions and software glitches, can disrupt learning and require ongoing technical support. Distraction. Technology can sometimes be a source of distraction, with students potentially using devices for non-educational purposes during class. Training and support. Teachers may require additional training and support to effectively integrate technology into their teaching practices and make the most of digital tools. Addressing these challenges involves ensuring equitable access to technology, providing adequate training for educators, and creating guidelines to maximize the benefits while minimizing potential drawbacks. 67. How do educational philosophies like constructivism and behaviorism differ in their approach to teaching and learning? Constructivism and behaviorism are two distinct educational philosophies with different approaches to teaching and learning. Constructivism. Core idea. Constructivism is based on the idea that learners construct their own understanding and knowledge through experiences and interactions with the world. It emphasizes active learning, where students engage in problem solving, exploration, and hands-on activities. Teaching approach. Teachers act as facilitators, guiding students through activities that promote critical thinking and reflection. Learning is student-centered, with a focus on individual interests and prior knowledge. Assessment. Assessment is often formative, focusing on students' progress and understanding through projects, discussions, and self-assessment. Behaviorism. Core idea. Behaviorism focuses on observable behaviors and the idea that learning is a result of conditioning. It emphasizes the use of reinforcement and rewards to shape behavior and promote learning. Teaching approach. Teachers use direct instruction, clear objectives, and structured tasks to control and measure student behavior. Learning is often based on repetition and reinforcement of desired responses. Assessment. Assessment is typically summative, focusing on the measurement of specific learning outcomes through tests and quizzes. Both philosophies have their strengths and can be applied in different educational contexts to address various learning needs and objectives. Section 35, Political Science. 68. What are the key differences between a presidential system and a parliamentary system of government? Presidential system. Executive branch. In a presidential system, the president is both the head of state and the head of government. The president is elected separately from the legislature and holds significant executive powers. Separation of powers. There is a clear separation between the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. The president cannot dissolve the legislature, and the legislature cannot easily remove the president from office. Stability. The fixed term of the president provides a degree of stability, as the executive does not depend on the legislature for survival. However, this can also lead to gridlock if the president and legislature are from different political parties. Parliamentary system. Executive branch. In a parliamentary system, the head of government is usually the Prime Minister, who is appointed from the majority party or coalition in the legislature. The head of state may be a separate figure, such as a monarch or president, with largely ceremonial duties. Fusion of powers. The executive is dependent on the legislature for its mandate and can be removed by a vote of no confidence. The Prime Minister and cabinet members are also members of the legislature. Flexibility. The ability of the legislature to remove the executive through a vote of no confidence can lead to greater flexibility and responsiveness to changing political dynamics. 69. How do political ideologies such as liberalism, conservatism, and socialism differ in their views on government and society? Liberalism. Government role. Liberals advocate for a government that actively promotes individual freedoms and equality. They support measures to address social inequalities and protect civil liberties. Economic views. Liberals typically favor a mixed economy with a combination of free market principles and government intervention to address market failures and provide social safety nets. Social issues. Liberalism generally supports progressive social policies, including gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, and environmental protection. Conservatism. Government role. conservatives often emphasize limited government intervention in the economy and a focus on traditional values and institutions. They advocate for preserving established social structures and practices. Economic views: conservatives typically favor free market capitalism, with minimal government interference in economic activities. They often support lower taxes and deregulation. Social issues: conservatism usually supports more traditional views on social issues, such as family structure and cultural norms. Socialism. Government role: socialists advocate for a more extensive role of government in managing the economy and providing social services. They emphasize reducing economic inequalities and ensuring equitable distribution of resources. Economic views: socialism often supports public ownership or regulation of key industries and services, such as healthcare, education, and transportation. It aims to balance economic efficiency with social welfare. Social issues: socialism generally promotes progressive policies to address social inequalities and enhance workers' rights and social justice. Section 36. Economics. 70. What are the main principles of Keynesian economics, and how do they differ from classical economics? Keynesian economics. Core principle: Keynesian economics, developed by John Maynard Keynes, emphasizes the role of aggregate demand in influencing economic activity. It argues that economic fluctuations are driven by changes in aggregate demand and that government intervention is necessary to stabilize the economy. Policy recommendations: Keynesians advocate for government spending and monetary policy to manage economic cycles. During periods of recession, they support increased public spending and lower interest rates to stimulate demand and reduce unemployment. Focus on short-term: Keynesian economics often focuses on short-term economic issues and the need for active policy measures to address cyclical fluctuations. Classical economics. Core principle: classical economics, associated with economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, emphasizes the self-regulating nature of markets. It argues that markets are efficient and that economic agents act in their own self-interest to maximize overall welfare. Policy recommendations: classical economists advocate for limited government intervention, believing that free markets are best left to adjust on their own. They emphasize the importance of supply-side factors, such as production and labor supply, in determining economic outcomes. Focus on long-term: classical economics generally focuses on long-term growth and the efficiency of markets in allocating resources. 71. How does the concept of opportunity cost influence decision-making in economics? Opportunity cost. Definition: opportunity cost refers to the value of the next best alternative that is foregone when a choice is made. It represents the benefits that could have been gained from choosing an alternative course of action. Influence on decision-making. Opportunity cost is a fundamental concept in economics that helps individuals and businesses make informed decisions by considering the trade-offs involved. When evaluating options, decision-makers assess not only the direct benefits but also the potential benefits of alternatives. Resource allocation. Understanding opportunity cost helps in optimizing the allocation of resources by ensuring that the resources are used in ways that yield the highest possible return or benefit. By considering opportunity costs, individuals and organizations can make more rational decisions that maximize their overall utility and efficiency. Section 37. Psychology. 72. What are the main theories of intelligence, and how do they differ in their understanding of cognitive abilities? Spearman's general intelligence theory. Core idea. Charles Spearman proposed that intelligence is a single, general ability, de facto, that underlies all cognitive tasks. He believed that individuals who perform well in one cognitive domain are likely to perform well in others. Focus. Spearman's theory emphasizes a broad, overarching cognitive ability that influences performance across various tasks. Gardner's multiple intelligences theory. Core idea. Howard Gardner proposed that intelligence is not a single entity but consists of multiple distinct types of intelligences. These include linguistic, logical mathematical, spatial, musical, bodily kinesthetic, interpersonal, intrapersonal, and naturalistic intelligences. Focus. Gardner's theory highlights the diversity of human abilities and suggests that individuals possess unique strengths in different areas of intelligence. Sternberg's triarchic theory. Core idea. Robert Sternberg proposed a triarchic theory of intelligence consisting of three components: analytical intelligence, problem-solving and logical reasoning; creative intelligence, innovation and adaptability; and practical intelligence, application of knowledge to real-world situations. Focus. Sternberg's theory emphasizes the interaction of different types of cognitive abilities and their relevance to everyday functioning. 73. How do cognitive biases affect human decision-making and behavior? Cognitive biases. Definition. Cognitive biases are systematic deviations from rationality or objective judgment that affect how individuals perceive, interpret, and respond to information. Types of biases. Confirmation bias, the tendency to search for, interpret, and remember information that confirms one's pre-existing beliefs or opinions. Anchoring bias, the reliance on the first piece of information encountered, the anchor, when making decisions, which can influence subsequent judgments. Availability heuristic, the tendency to overestimate the likelihood of events based on their availability in memory, often influenced by recent or vivid experiences. Overconfidence bias, the tendency to overestimate one's own abilities or knowledge, leading to overly optimistic predictions and decisions. Impact. Cognitive biases can lead to flawed decision-making, judgments, and behaviors by distorting perception and influencing how information is processed. They can affect various domains, including financial decisions, risk assessment, and social interactions. Recognizing and understanding cognitive biases can help individuals make more informed and rational decisions by addressing the factors that distort judgment. Section 38, Science and Technology. 74. What are the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics, and how do they differ from classical mechanics? Quantum mechanics. Core principles. Wave-particle duality. Quantum mechanics posits that particles, such as electrons and photons, exhibit both wave-like and particle-like properties. This duality is described by the wave function, which provides probabilities for the location and behavior of particles. Quantization. Energy levels in quantum systems are quantized, meaning that particles can only occupy discrete energy levels. This is in contrast to classical mechanics, where energy can vary continuously. Uncertainty principle. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle states that it is impossible to simultaneously know both the exact position and momentum of a particle with absolute precision. This inherent uncertainty is a fundamental feature of quantum systems. Superposition. Quantum systems can exist in multiple states simultaneously, and only upon measurement does the system collapse into one of the possible states. This is known as superposition. Entanglement. Quantum entanglement occurs when particles become interconnected such that the state of one particle instantaneously affects the state of another, regardless of the distance between them. Classical mechanics. Core principles. Determinism. Classical mechanics is based on the principle of determinism, where the future state of a system can be predicted precisely if the initial conditions are known. Continuity. Energy and other physical quantities are treated as continuous variables that can vary smoothly. Newton's laws. Classical mechanics relies on Newton's laws of motion, which describe the relationship between the forces acting on an object and its motion. Quantum mechanics introduces concepts that challenge classical intuitions, such as probabilistic outcomes and the non-locality of entangled particles, reflecting the fundamental differences between the two frameworks. 75. What are the ethical implications of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning in decision-making processes? Ethical implications. Bias and fairness. AI systems can inherit and amplify biases present in the data used for training. This can lead to unfair or discriminatory outcomes in areas such as hiring, lending, and law enforcement. Ensuring fairness and mitigating bias is a critical ethical concern. Transparency. The decision-making processes of AI systems can be opaque, making it difficult to understand how decisions are made. This lack of transparency can hinder accountability and trust in AI systems. Privacy. AI and machine learning often require large amounts of data, which can raise concerns about data privacy and security. Protecting individuals' personal information and ensuring that data is used responsibly is a key ethical issue. Autonomy. The use of AI in decision-making can affect individual autonomy by potentially limiting people's control over decisions that impact their lives. It is important to consider how AI systems might influence or override human choices. Accountability. Determining responsibility for decisions made by AI systems can be complex, especially in cases of errors or harm. Establishing clear accountability mechanisms is essential for addressing potential negative impacts. Addressing these ethical implications involves developing guidelines and regulations that promote fairness, transparency, and accountability while balancing the benefits of AI with the protection of individual rights. Section 39. Literature and Arts. 76. How did the Romantic movement influence literature and art in the 19th century? Influence on literature. Emphasis on emotion and imagination. The Romantic movement celebrated the power of emotions and imagination, often focusing on the inner experiences of individuals and the beauty of nature. Writers like William Wordsworth and Samuel Taylor Coleridge explored themes of personal and emotional depth. Rejection of neoclassicism. Romantic literature reacted against the formalism and rationalism of the neoclassical period, embracing instead spontaneity, creativity, and individual expression. Exploration of the sublime. Romantic writers often depicted the sublime, experiences of awe and wonder in the face of nature's vastness or beauty. This concept was central to the Romantic fascination with nature and the supernatural. Influence on art. Focus on individual expression. Romantic artists prioritized personal expression and the depiction of subjective experiences. This led to a focus on dramatic, often melancholic, and exotic themes. Use of color and light. Romantic art frequently employed bold colors and dynamic lighting to convey emotion and mood, moving away from the restrained palettes of earlier periods. Depiction of nature. Romantic artists often portrayed nature as a powerful and sublime force, reflecting both its beauty and its potential for destruction. Painters like J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich captured the grandeur and mystery of natural landscapes. The Romantic movement marked a shift towards valuing personal experience and emotion in both literature and art, setting the stage for subsequent artistic and literary developments. 77. What are the characteristics of postmodern literature, and how does it differ from modernist literature? Characteristics of postmodern literature. Metafiction. Postmodern literature often self-consciously addresses its own fictionality, blurring the boundaries between reality and fiction. Authors might play with narrative structure and question the nature of storytelling. Intertextuality. Postmodern texts frequently reference or incorporate elements from other literary works, genres, or cultural texts, creating a web of intertextual connections. Fragmentation. Postmodern literature tends to feature fragmented narratives, shifting perspectives, and nonlinear structures, reflecting a distrust of cohesive, unified storytelling. Pastiche. This approach involves the blending of various styles, genres, and cultural references, often in a playful or ironic manner. Differences from modernist literature. Modernist literature, modernism, which emerged in the early 20th century, focused on experimenting with narrative form and structure, often reflecting themes of fragmentation and dislocation. Modernist literature sought to capture the complexity of modern life and the alienation of the individual. Postmodernism. While postmodern literature also engages with fragmentation and experimentation, it does so with a greater emphasis on irony, playfulness, and self-referentiality. Postmodernism often challenges the notion of a single, objective reality, whereas modernism focused more on exploring new forms of representation. Postmodern literature represents a continuation and expansion of modernist techniques, incorporating new approaches to narrative and representation that reflect changing cultural and philosophical perspectives. Section 40. Sociology and Anthropology. 78. How does cultural relativism differ from ethnocentrism in the study of cultures? Cultural relativism. Definition. Cultural relativism is the principle of understanding and interpreting cultural practices and beliefs within their own cultural context, without making judgments based on one's own cultural norms. Approach. It involves an open-minded and non-judgmental approach to studying different cultures, recognizing that cultural practices have their own logic and value systems. Objective. The goal is to gain a deeper understanding of cultural diversity and avoid imposing one's own cultural standards on others. Ethnocentrism. Definition. Ethnocentrism is the tendency to view one's own culture as superior and to use it as a standard to judge other cultures. This often involves a biased interpretation of cultural practices and values. Approach. Ethnocentric perspectives can lead to misunderstandings and negative judgments about other cultures, based on the belief that one's own cultural practices are the norm or the ideal. Impact. Ethnocentrism can contribute to cultural insensitivity and perpetuate stereotypes and discrimination. Cultural relativism promotes respect for cultural diversity and helps to counteract the biases associated with ethnocentrism, fostering a more inclusive and empathetic understanding of different cultures. 79. What are the key concepts in symbolic interactionism, and how do they explain social behavior? Key concepts in symbolic interactionism. Symbols. Symbolic interactionism emphasizes the importance of symbols, such as language and gestures, in shaping social interactions and meanings. Symbols are used to communicate and convey meaning within a social context. Social interaction. This perspective focuses on the ways in which individuals interact with one another and how these interactions shape their self-concepts and social realities. Self-concept. According to symbolic interactionism, the self is developed through social interactions and the responses of others. Individuals form their self-concept based on how they believe others perceive them. Role-taking. Role-taking involves understanding and adopting the perspectives of others in social interactions. This process helps individuals navigate social roles and expectations. Definition of the situation. The way individuals perceive and define social situations influences their behavior and interactions. The meaning attached to situations can vary based on individual and collective interpretations. Symbolic interactionism provides insights into how individuals create and negotiate meanings in social interactions and how these meanings influence behavior and identity. Section 41. History. 80. What were the causes and effects of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th and 19th centuries? Causes. Technological advancements, innovations such as the steam engine, mechanized textile machinery, and advancements in iron and steel production were pivotal in driving industrialization. Agricultural revolution, improvements in farming techniques, including crop rotation and selective breeding, increased food production and freed up labor for industrial work. Economic factors, capital accumulation and investment in industries were fueled by colonial trade and mercantilism, providing the necessary resources for industrial expansion. Political stability. In countries like Britain, political stability and supportive government policies created an environment conducive to industrial growth. Effects. Urbanization. The Industrial Revolution led to massive urbanization, as people moved from rural areas to cities in search of work. This resulted in overcrowded living conditions and significant changes in social structures. Economic changes. The rise of industrial capitalism led to the growth of factory-based production and a shift from agrarian economies. It also contributed to the expansion of global trade and markets. Social impact. Industrialization brought about significant social changes, including the rise of the working class, changes in family structures, and new social inequalities. Labor movements and demands for workers' rights emerged in response to poor working conditions. Environmental consequences. The increased use of fossil fuels and industrial processes led to environmental degradation, including pollution and deforestation. 81. What were the main objectives and outcomes of the Cold War, and how did it shape international relations? Objectives. Containment of communism. The primary objective of the United States and its allies was to prevent the spread of communism, particularly the influence of the Soviet Union. This policy, known as containment, guided much of Western foreign policy during the Cold War. Ideological conflict. The Cold War was driven by the ideological struggle between capitalism and communism. Both superpowers aimed to promote their political and economic systems as superior and to gain global influence. Outcomes. Arms race. The Cold War led to an arms race, with both the United States and the Soviet Union amassing large stockpiles of nuclear weapons and other military technology. This arms race contributed to global tensions and the threat of nuclear conflict. Proxy wars. The superpowers engaged in various proxy wars around the world, supporting opposing sides in conflicts in regions such as Korea, Vietnam, and Afghanistan. These conflicts often had significant humanitarian and geopolitical consequences. End of the Cold War. The Cold War ended with the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. The end of the Cold War marked a shift towards a unipolar world dominated by the United States and led to significant changes in international relations and the global order. The Cold War shaped international relations by establishing a bipolar world order and influencing global politics, economics, and military strategies for decades. Section 42, Health and Medicine. 82. What are the primary strategies for preventing chronic diseases, and how effective are they? Primary strategies. Healthy diet, consuming a balanced diet rich in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, lean proteins, and healthy fats can reduce the risk of chronic diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, and certain cancers. Limiting intake of processed foods, sugars, and unhealthy fats is also important. Regular exercise, engaging in regular physical activity, such as aerobic exercise and strength training, helps maintain a healthy weight, improves cardiovascular health, and lowers the risk of chronic diseases. Avoiding tobacco and excessive alcohol, smoking cessation and limiting alcohol consumption can significantly reduce the risk of chronic diseases, including lung cancer, cardiovascular disease, and liver disease. Routine screenings and vaccinations, regular health screenings, such as blood pressure checks, cholesterol tests, and cancer screenings, can help detect chronic diseases early and enable timely intervention. Vaccinations protect against preventable diseases and reduce overall health risks. Effectiveness. Diet and exercise. Adhering to a healthy diet and engaging in regular exercise have been shown to reduce the incidence of chronic diseases and improve overall health outcomes. These lifestyle changes are among the most effective strategies for disease prevention. Tobacco and alcohol use. Reducing or eliminating tobacco use and moderating alcohol consumption have significant health benefits and are crucial for preventing chronic diseases. Screenings and vaccinations. Early detection through screenings and prevention through vaccinations can improve health outcomes and reduce the burden of chronic diseases. Overall, these strategies are highly effective in preventing chronic diseases, particularly when adopted as part of a comprehensive approach to health and wellness. 83. What are the key factors contributing to the rise of antibiotic resistance, and what measures can be taken to address this issue? Key factors. Overuse of antibiotics. The excessive or inappropriate use of antibiotics, both in human medicine and animal agriculture, contributes to the development of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. This includes the misuse of antibiotics for viral infections, where they are ineffective. Incomplete courses of antibiotics. Failing to complete prescribed antibiotic courses can lead to incomplete eradication of bacteria, allowing resistant strains to survive and proliferate. Antibiotic use in agriculture. The use of antibiotics in livestock for growth promotion and disease prevention can lead to the development of resistant bacteria, which can be transmitted to humans through food and environmental exposure. Lack of new antibiotics. There has been a slowdown in the development of new antibiotics, resulting in a limited arsenal of effective treatments against resistant strains. Measures to address antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic stewardship. Implementing stewardship programs to ensure the appropriate use of antibiotics, including prescribing them only when necessary and choosing the right antibiotics for specific infections. Public education. Educating the public about the proper use of antibiotics, the importance of completing prescribed courses, and the risks associated with misuse. Infection control practices. Enhancing infection control measures in healthcare settings to prevent the spread of resistant bacteria and improve hygiene practices. Research and development. Promoting research and development of new antibiotics and alternative treatments to stay ahead of evolving resistant strains. Addressing antibiotic resistance requires a multifaceted approach involving healthcare professionals, policymakers, and the public to ensure effective management and preservation of antibiotic efficacy. Section 43. Business and Management. 84. What are the key elements of a successful business strategy, and how can companies implement them effectively? Key elements. Clear vision and mission. A successful business strategy starts with a clear vision and mission statement that defines the company's long-term goals and purpose. This provides direction and guides decision-making. Market analysis. Understanding market trends, customer needs, and competitive dynamics is crucial for developing strategies that capitalize on opportunities and address potential threats. Unique value proposition. Identifying and articulating a unique value proposition that sets the company apart from competitors helps attract and retain customers. Strategic objectives. Setting specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, smart objectives ensures that the strategy is actionable and progress can be tracked. Resource allocation. Effective allocation of resources, including financial, human, and technological resources, is essential for executing the strategy and achieving desired outcomes. Performance monitoring. Regularly monitoring and evaluating performance against strategic objectives allows companies to make adjustments and stay on track. Implementation. Leadership and communication. Strong leadership and clear communication are essential for aligning the organization with the strategy and ensuring that all stakeholders understand their roles and responsibilities. Operational planning. Developing detailed operational plans that outline how strategic objectives will be achieved on a day-to-day basis helps translate strategy into actionable tasks. Change management. Implementing change management practices to address resistance and ensure smooth transitions during strategy execution is important for successful implementation. Continuous improvement. Adopting a culture of continuous improvement and flexibility allows companies to adapt to changing conditions and refine their strategies as needed. Effective implementation of a business strategy involves careful planning, execution, and ongoing evaluation to ensure alignment with the company's goals and the dynamic business environment. 85. How do leadership styles such as transformational and transactional leadership differ? And what are their impacts on organizational performance? Transformational leadership. Core characteristics. Transformational leaders inspire and motivate employees by creating a vision of the future, fostering innovation, and encouraging personal growth. They focus on developing strong relationships with their team and leading by example. Impact on performance. Transformational leadership can lead to increased employee engagement, higher levels of creativity, and improved organizational performance. By aligning employees' goals with the organization's vision, transformational leaders often drive positive change and enhance overall effectiveness. Transactional leadership. Core characteristics. Transactional leaders emphasize routine tasks, clear structures, and reward-based performance management. They focus on maintaining order and achieving goals through established procedures and performance monitoring. Impact on performance. Transactional leadership can be effective in achieving short-term objectives and maintaining efficiency within established processes. However, it may not be as effective in fostering innovation or driving long-term organizational change compared to transformational leadership. Both leadership styles have their strengths and can be effective in different contexts. Transformational leadership is often associated with higher levels of employee motivation and organizational change, while transactional leadership can provide stability and structure. Section 44. Environmental Science. 86. What are the primary causes and effects of climate change, and what strategies can be implemented to mitigate its impact? Causes. Greenhouse gas emissions. The burning of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas, for energy releases greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, CO, and methane, CH, into the atmosphere, trapping heat and leading to global warming. Deforestation. The clearing of forests for agriculture or development reduces the number of trees that absorb CO, exacerbating greenhouse gas concentrations. Industrial activities. Industrial processes contribute to climate change through emissions of greenhouse gases, air pollutants, and the release of substances like chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, that damage the ozone layer. Effects. Rising temperatures. Global temperatures are increasing, leading to more frequent and severe heat waves. This can affect ecosystems, agriculture, and human health. Melting ice caps and sea level rise. The melting of polar ice caps and glaciers contributes to rising sea levels, which can lead to coastal flooding and displacement of communities. Extreme weather events. Climate change is linked to an increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as hurricanes, droughts, and heavy rainfall. Ecosystem disruption. Changes in temperature and precipitation patterns can disrupt ecosystems, affecting wildlife, plant species, and natural habitats. Mitigation strategies. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions, transitioning to renewable energy sources such as solar and wind, improving energy efficiency, and adopting cleaner technologies can help reduce emissions. Reforestation and afforestation. Planting trees and restoring forests can enhance carbon sequestration and improve biodiversity. Sustainable agriculture. Implementing sustainable agricultural practices, such as precision farming and conservation tillage, can reduce emissions and improve soil health. Climate policies and agreements. International agreements like the Paris Agreement aim to limit global warming and promote climate action through national commitments and cooperation. Effective mitigation of climate change requires coordinated efforts at local, national, and global levels to address its causes and adapt to its impacts. 87. What is the concept of ecological footprint, and how does it relate to sustainability? Ecological footprint. Definition. The ecological footprint measures the amount of biologically productive land and water area required to support an individual's or population's consumption and absorb their waste, including carbon emissions. Components. The footprint includes areas for food production, housing, transportation, and other goods and services, as well as the ability of ecosystems to absorb co-emissions. Relation to sustainability. Assessment of impact. By comparing the ecological footprint with the planet's available biocapacity, the capacity of ecosystems to regenerate resources and absorb waste, we can assess whether current consumption patterns are sustainable. Sustainable practices. Reducing the ecological footprint involves adopting sustainable practices, such as conserving resources, reducing waste, and promoting renewable energy. This helps ensure that human activities remain within the planet's ecological capacity. Global perspective. If the global ecological footprint exceeds the Earth's biocapacity, it leads to environmental degradation and depletion of resources. Achieving sustainability requires balancing human activities with the planet's ability to regenerate and maintain ecological health. Understanding and managing the ecological footprint is crucial for promoting sustainability and ensuring that future generations have access to the resources and ecosystems they need. Section 45, Philosophy. 88. What are the main arguments for and against moral relativism? Arguments for moral relativism. Cultural diversity. Moral relativism acknowledges and respects the diversity of moral beliefs and practices across different cultures. It argues that moral standards are culturally bound and that no single moral framework can claim universal validity. Tolerance and understanding. By recognizing that different cultures have different moral values, moral relativism promotes tolerance and understanding of diverse perspectives, reducing ethnocentric judgments. Avoiding dogmatism. Moral relativism challenges rigid moral dogmas and allows for the possibility of moral evolution and adaptation in response to changing social contexts. Arguments against moral relativism. Lack of universal standards. Critics argue that moral relativism undermines the possibility of universal moral principles and standards, making it difficult to address issues of human rights and justice that require a common moral ground. Moral inconsistency. Moral relativism can lead to moral inconsistency and ethical ambiguity, as it allows for contradictory moral beliefs to coexist without a clear basis for resolving moral conflicts. Potential for tolerance of harmful practices. Moral relativism may inadvertently justify harmful practices or violations of human rights if they are considered acceptable within a particular cultural context. The debate over moral relativism revolves around balancing respect for cultural diversity with the need for universal ethical principles and standards. 89. How does the concept of existentialism address the nature of human existence and freedom? Existentialism. Core beliefs. Existentialism is a philosophical movement that emphasizes individual freedom, choice, and responsibility. It focuses on the subjective experience of existence and the search for meaning in an inherently indifferent or absurd universe. Existence precedes essence. Existentialist thinkers, such as Jean-Paul Sartre, argue that individuals are not defined by any predetermined essence or nature. Instead, people create their own meaning and identity through their choices and actions. Freedom and responsibility. Existentialism asserts that individuals have the freedom to make their own choices and are responsible for the consequences of those choices. This freedom can lead to a sense of existential anxiety or angst as individuals confront the weight of their own decisions and the inherent uncertainty of existence. Existentialism provides a framework for understanding human existence as a dynamic process of self-creation and moral responsibility, emphasizing the importance of personal authenticity and engagement in the face of an uncertain world. Section 46. Education. 90. What are the benefits and challenges of online education compared to traditional classroom learning? Benefits of online education. Flexibility. Online education offers flexibility in terms of scheduling and location, allowing learners to access courses from anywhere and at any time. This can be particularly advantageous for working professionals and those with other commitments. Accessibility. Online education can increase accessibility to educational resources and opportunities for individuals who may face geographic, physical, or financial barriers to traditional classroom learning. Diverse resources. Online platforms often provide a wide range of multimedia resources, including videos, interactive simulations, and digital textbooks, which can enhance the learning experience. Challenges of online education. Lack of face-to-face interaction. Online education may lack the personal interaction and immediate feedback that traditional classroom settings provide. This can affect students' engagement and sense of connection with instructors and peers. Self-discipline and motivation. Online learners need strong self-discipline and motivation to manage their time effectively and complete coursework independently. The absence of a structured classroom environment can be challenging for some students. Technological barriers. Access to reliable internet and technology is necessary for online learning. Students without adequate resources may face difficulties in participating fully in online courses. Online education offers significant advantages in terms of flexibility and accessibility, but it also presents challenges related to interaction, self-motivation, and technological access. 91. How do educational theories such as constructivism and behaviorism differ in their approaches to teaching and learning? Constructivism. Core principles. Constructivism, influenced by theorists like Jean Piaget and Lev Vygotsky, emphasizes that learners actively construct their own understanding and knowledge through interactions with their environment and experiences. Teaching approach. Constructivist teaching focuses on creating learning experiences that encourage exploration, problem solving, and critical thinking. Teachers act as facilitators, guiding students in discovering concepts and constructing knowledge collaboratively. Learning emphasis. Constructivism values the process of learning and understanding over rote memorization. It promotes the development of higher-order thinking skills and the application of knowledge in real-world contexts. Behaviorism. Core principles. Behaviorism, associated with theorists like B.F. Skinner, focuses on observable behaviors and the use of reinforcement and punishment to shape learning. It posits that learning is a result of conditioning and responses to stimuli. Teaching approach. Behaviorist teaching methods involve clear objectives, repetitive practice, and reinforcement of desired behaviors. Teachers use rewards and feedback to reinforce correct responses and guide learning. Learning emphasis. Behaviorism emphasizes measurable outcomes and the acquisition of specific skills and knowledge through structured instruction and practice. Constructivism and behaviorism offer different perspectives on teaching and learning, with constructivism focusing on active knowledge construction and behaviorism emphasizing observable behaviors and reinforcement. Section 47. Sociology. 92. What are the main theories of social stratification, and how do they explain the existence and persistence of social inequalities? Functionalism. Core theory. Functionalist theory, as proposed by sociologists like Emily Durkheim and Kingsley Davis and Wilbert Murray, argues that social stratification is necessary for the functioning of society. It posits that social inequalities ensure that the most qualified individuals fill the most important roles, thus maintaining societal stability. Explanation. According to functionalism, stratification is a way to motivate individuals to work harder and achieve higher status roles. It ensures that the most critical functions in society are performed efficiently, justifying inequalities as a natural and beneficial aspect of social organization. Conflict theory. Core theory, conflict theory, associated with Karl Marx and later theorists like Max Weber, emphasizes the role of power struggles and economic inequalities in shaping social stratification. It argues that stratification results from the conflict between different social classes, where those in power seek to maintain their privileges and control resources. Explanation. Conflict theory views social inequalities as a result of exploitation and domination. The upper classes use their power to perpetuate their advantage and suppress lower classes, leading to persistent social inequalities and resistance from marginalized groups. Symbolic interactionism. Core theory, symbolic interactionism, developed by George Herbert Mead and Herbert Blumer, focuses on the microlevel of social interactions and the meanings individuals attach to social roles and status. It explores how social stratification is constructed through everyday interactions and socialization processes. Explanation: from this perspective, social inequalities are created and reinforced through social interactions and cultural symbols. Individuals internalize and negotiate their social positions based on their interactions and the meanings assigned to different social roles. Each theory provides a different lens through which to understand social stratification and its impact on social inequalities. 93. How do concepts such as social capital and cultural capital contribute to an individual's social mobility and opportunities? Social capital. Definition: social capital refers to the networks, relationships, and social connections that individuals can draw upon to access resources, support, and opportunities. It encompasses the value of social interactions and the benefits derived from being part of a social network. Contribution: social capital can enhance an individual's social mobility by providing access to valuable information, job opportunities, and support systems. Strong social networks can facilitate upward mobility and open doors to new opportunities through personal connections and endorsements. Cultural capital. Definition: cultural capital, a concept introduced by Pierre Bourdieu, refers to the knowledge, skills, education, and cultural experiences that individuals possess and use to navigate social contexts. It includes familiarity with cultural norms, language, and educational credentials. Contribution: cultural capital can influence social mobility by affecting an individual's ability to succeed in educational and professional settings. Higher levels of cultural capital can improve access to educational resources, enhance job prospects, and provide social advantages in various contexts. Both social capital and cultural capital play significant roles in shaping an individual's social mobility and access to opportunities, often intersecting with other factors such as economic resources and social background. Section 48. Economics. 94. What are the key differences between microeconomics and macroeconomics, and how do they impact economic analysis and policy? Microeconomics. Focus: microeconomics studies the behavior of individual consumers, firms, and markets. It examines how these entities make decisions regarding the allocation of resources, pricing, and production. Key topics. Topics include supply and demand, market structures, consumer behavior, and pricing strategies. Microeconomics analyzes how changes in prices or policies affect individual choices and market outcomes. Impact. Microeconomic analysis helps in understanding specific market dynamics and guiding decisions related to pricing, production, and competition. It informs policies that address issues such as market inefficiencies, competition regulation, and consumer protection. Macroeconomics. Focus. Macroeconomics examines the economy as a whole, focusing on aggregate indicators and phenomena. It studies large-scale economic factors such as national income, inflation, unemployment, and economic growth. Key topics. Topics include gross domestic product, GDP, fiscal and monetary policy, economic cycles, and international trade. Macroeconomics analyzes how various sectors of the economy interact and the overall performance of the economy. Impact. Macroeconomic analysis informs policies related to economic stabilization, growth, and employment. It helps in designing strategies to manage inflation, unemployment, and economic fluctuations, influencing national and global economic policies. Understanding both microeconomics and macroeconomics is essential for a comprehensive analysis of economic issues and the formulation of effective economic policies. 95. What are the primary factors that contribute to economic development, and how can they be effectively managed to promote sustainable growth? Primary factors. Human capital. Investment in education and skills development improves the productivity and innovation capacity of the workforce. High levels of human capital contribute to economic growth by enhancing labor efficiency and adaptability. Infrastructure. Developing infrastructure such as transportation, communication, and energy systems is crucial for facilitating economic activities, reducing costs, and promoting business efficiency. Institutional quality. Strong institutions, including effective governance, legal systems, and property rights, provide a stable environment for economic activities and attract investment. Good governance and regulatory frameworks are essential for sustainable development. Technological innovation. Advancements in technology drive productivity improvements, create new industries, and enhance economic competitiveness. Promoting research and development and encouraging innovation are key to sustaining growth. Access to capital. Availability of financial resources and investment capital supports business expansion, infrastructure projects, and entrepreneurial ventures, contributing to economic development. Effective management. Policy development. Implementing policies that support education, infrastructure development, and institutional reforms can create an environment conducive to economic growth. Balanced economic policies and investment in key sectors are essential. Sustainable practices. Incorporating sustainable practices in economic activities ensures that growth is environmentally and socially responsible. This includes promoting green technologies, reducing resource consumption, and addressing social inequalities. International cooperation. Engaging in international trade and cooperation can provide access to new markets, technologies, and investment opportunities. Collaboration with other countries can enhance economic development and address global challenges. Managing these factors effectively requires a holistic approach that integrates economic, social, and environmental considerations to achieve sustainable development and long-term growth. Section 49, Technology. 96. What are the ethical implications of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning, and how can they be addressed? Ethical implications. Bias and discrimination. AI and machine learning systems can perpetuate and amplify existing biases in data, leading to discriminatory outcomes in areas such as hiring, law enforcement, and lending. Privacy concerns. The use of AI for data collection and analysis raises concerns about individual privacy and the potential misuse of personal information. Surveillance and data breaches can compromise user confidentiality. Autonomous decision-making. The deployment of autonomous systems, such as self-driving cars or automated weaponry, poses ethical questions about accountability, safety, and the potential for unintended consequences. Job displacement. The automation of tasks through AI and machine learning can lead to job displacement and economic inequality, affecting workers in various industries. Addressing ethical implications. Bias mitigation. Developing and implementing strategies to identify and mitigate biases in AI algorithms and data sets is crucial. This includes diverse data collection, algorithmic transparency, and ongoing evaluation of system performance. Privacy protection. Establishing robust data protection practices, including data anonymization and user consent, can address privacy concerns. Adhering to legal and ethical standards for data handling helps safeguard user information. Regulation and oversight. Implementing regulatory frameworks and ethical guidelines for the development and use of AI technologies can ensure responsible practices and accountability. Collaboration between governments, industry, and academia is essential for creating effective oversight mechanisms. Workforce transition. Investing in retraining and upskilling programs for workers affected by automation can help mitigate job displacement and support transitions to new roles and industries. Addressing the ethical implications of AI and machine learning requires a multidisciplinary approach involving technology developers, policymakers, and ethicists to ensure responsible and equitable use of these technologies. 97. What are the potential benefits and risks of blockchain technology, and how can its implementation be optimized? Benefits: security and transparency. Blockchain technology provides a decentralized and immutable ledger for recording transactions, enhancing security and transparency. It reduces the risk of fraud and tampering by ensuring that all participants have access to a consistent record. Efficiency and cost reduction. By eliminating intermediaries and streamlining processes, blockchain can improve efficiency and reduce transaction costs in various sectors, including finance, supply chain management, and real estate. Decentralization. Blockchain's decentralized nature empowers individuals and organizations by removing the reliance on central authorities. This can promote trust and reduce vulnerabilities associated with centralized systems. Risks: scalability and performance. Blockchain systems can face challenges related to scalability and performance, especially in terms of transaction speed and network congestion. These issues can limit the technology's effectiveness for large-scale applications. Regulatory and legal uncertainty. The regulatory landscape for blockchain technology is still evolving, and legal uncertainties can pose risks for businesses and users. Clear regulations and legal frameworks are needed to address compliance and liability issues. Security vulnerabilities. While blockchain is generally secure, vulnerabilities in smart contracts, protocols, and implementations can pose risks. Ensuring robust security measures and regular audits is essential to address potential threats. Optimizing implementation. Scalability solutions. Developing and adopting solutions such as layer-to-scaling techniques, sharding, and consensus algorithm improvements can enhance blockchain scalability and performance. Regulatory collaboration. Engaging with regulators and policymakers to establish clear guidelines and standards for blockchain technology can help mitigate legal and compliance risks. Security best practices. Implementing best practices for security, including regular code audits, vulnerability assessments, and robust encryption, can safeguard blockchain systems against potential threats. Optimizing the implementation of blockchain technology involves addressing its benefits and risks through technological advancements, regulatory frameworks, and security measures to ensure effective and responsible use. Section 50. Political science. 98. What are the key differences between democratic and authoritarian regimes, and how do they affect governance and civil liberties? Democratic regimes. Core characteristics. Democracies are characterized by free and fair elections, political pluralism, and the protection of individual rights and freedoms. Power is derived from the consent of the governed, and there are mechanisms for accountability and checks and balances. Governance. In democratic regimes, governance is based on transparency, rule of law, and the separation of powers among different branches of government. Citizens have the right to participate in political processes and hold leaders accountable through voting and civil society engagement. Civil liberties. Democracies typically uphold civil liberties such as freedom of speech, assembly, and press. The protection of these rights ensures that individuals can express dissenting opinions and participate in public discourse without fear of repression. Authoritarian regimes. Core characteristics. Authoritarian regimes are characterized by centralized control, limited political pluralism, and restricted civil liberties. Power is concentrated in the hands of a single leader or a small group, and political opposition is often suppressed. Governance. In authoritarian regimes, governance is marked by a lack of transparency, limited accountability, and the absence of effective checks and balances. Decision-making is often top-down, with limited input from the public or opposition groups. Civil liberties. Authoritarian regimes typically restrict civil liberties, including freedom of expression, assembly, and press. Political dissent is often curtailed, and media and civil society organizations may face censorship or persecution. The differences between democratic and authoritarian regimes have significant implications for governance, political participation, and the protection of individual rights and freedoms. 99. How do political ideologies such as liberalism, conservatism, and socialism differ in their approaches to economic policy and social issues? Liberalism. Economic policy. Liberalism advocates for a market economy with some level of government intervention to address market failures and promote social welfare. Liberals support policies that encourage economic growth, innovation, and individual entrepreneurship, while also ensuring a social safety net and regulation to protect consumers and the environment. Social issues. Liberals typically support progressive social policies, including equal rights, social justice, and protection of civil liberties. They advocate for measures to address inequality, promote diversity, and ensure access to education and healthcare. Conservatism. Economic policy. Conservatism emphasizes limited government intervention in the economy, advocating for free market principles, lower taxes, and reduced regulation. Conservatives believe that economic growth is best achieved through individual initiative and private enterprise, with minimal state interference. Social issues. Conservatives often support traditional values and institutions, such as family and religion. They may advocate for policies that preserve cultural norms, limit social change, and uphold law and order. Social issues are approached from a perspective of maintaining stability and continuity. Socialism. Economic policy. Socialism advocates for significant government involvement in the economy, including the redistribution of wealth and resources to achieve greater social equality. Socialists support policies such as progressive taxation, public ownership of key industries, and social programs to ensure access to essential services. Social issues. Socialists emphasize social justice and equality, advocating for measures to address systemic inequalities and promote the welfare of marginalized groups. They support policies that aim to reduce economic disparities and enhance social protections. Each ideology offers different perspectives on economic management and social issues, shaping policies and approaches to governance. Section 51. History. 100. What were the primary causes and consequences of the Industrial Revolution, and how did it shape modern society? Primary causes. Technological innovations. The Industrial Revolution was driven by significant technological advancements, including the invention of the steam engine, mechanized textile production, and improvements in iron and steel manufacturing. These innovations increased productivity and efficiency in various industries. Economic factors. Economic factors such as the growth of trade, access to raw materials, and the accumulation of capital provided the resources needed for industrial expansion. The development of banking and financial systems facilitated investment in new technologies and industries. Social changes. The rise of a capitalist economy and the growth of urban centers created demand for mass-produced goods and a shift from agrarian to industrial labor. This social transformation contributed to the growth of industrial enterprises and labor markets. Consequences. Economic growth. The Industrial Revolution led to rapid economic growth and the expansion of industrial sectors. It transformed economies from agrarian-based to industrial-based, increasing production and creating new markets and opportunities. Urbanization. The rise of industrial cities led to significant urbanization, with people moving from rural areas to cities in search of employment. This shift contributed to the growth of urban infrastructure and changes in living conditions. Social and labor changes. The Industrial Revolution brought about changes in labor practices, including the rise of factory work and the formation of labor unions. It also led to significant social changes, such as changes in family structures and gender roles. Environmental impact. The industrialization process had a profound impact on the environment, including increased pollution, deforestation, and resource depletion. The consequences of industrial activities continue to influence environmental policies and practices. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally reshaped modern society, influencing economic structures, social dynamics, and environmental conditions. Accent English language. Please do not forget to subscribe and share. Thank you.